Sunday evening, Central Time Zone, 6 o'clock, and let's do some art. Now, I've talked to Kitty Jen, and she wants to do some cat sculptures for drawing. She watched my cat sculpture video, and she said, let's draw some. So I'm going to do that tonight. And also, I've been cleaning, and I ran across this piece. I'll show it to you later, but I'm going to take it apart. It's big and clunky, and yeah, I'm going to reuse it. There's nothing wrong with reusing old art. It was a collage I believe I did in when I was streaming with Recycled Parts for Art. We did a collage. I think it is either that or the Saturday Time for Art. I'm not sure which. So let me put my phone up on its stand if I can. It's always a little shaky at first till I get it. Whoops. Well, I'm going to have to take it off now and reorient it. There we go. Yeah. Hold on. Got to get set up. I can't do this until I get online. Oh, and then well, I'm just going to leave it like that. Do you guys see it flat? Let me know if it's not in the right orientation for you. Not in landscape mode. Let's see what it's like on my tablet. Let me get my tablet set up. It's always a thing here to get everything set up when I get online. Let's see what it looks like. 4 of you out there. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, I got an ad. I always get the bra ads. Okay, it looks good. Hi, Sharon. And yes, and everyone, yes. Okay, thank you, Sharon. Yeah. I might try to zoom in a little on it in a bit, but we are going to do the drawings. So Kitty, when you come in, hi Cynthia, welcome in. Okay, let me kind of move because I did some major reorganizing that I did not film, and yeah. I'll film that one. And I've still got a bit of a crowded room, but it's getting better. It's getting better. Of course, I've got boxes out in the dining room that. All right. So here are some bits. This is a collage piece. I'm going to put Penelope back up on her throne while I'm doing this. This is a collage piece that I created some time ago. I did not date it or anything. And it's dimensional. And there's a vase here. I made this out of a Tim Holtz washi tape container. I don't think he sells them like that anymore. So I'm going to take that off. And I could still use it as a flower vase if I can get it off. I can't use the heat gun on it because it's plastic, but I might be able to pry it off. Oh yeah, here's an owl that I made with Miss Becky, Aunt Beck's Creations. She did owls. I got a couple of them. I don't know where the other one is. I think I made 3 of them with Becky, and this one turned out very nice. I got a little tag in the back of it that says nothing. This is his back pocket. He's got wings. So yeah, I'm going to have to get all my owls together. But let me see if I can pry this off. Oh, I can. Yay. Maybe. Maybe yay. It looks like it's glued up here at the top. It's just, I don't have wall space to put this stuff. Well, I got wall space, but it's not it's not where I want. And that came off pretty good. So I can put the flowers back in it. And I might put a hanger on it, and I can hang it from my rotating, or even hang it up on my stand. So there's that. And then I have a bunch of loose things. This is a lid to, you can get those candies, little separate candies in a plastic container, and this is the lid to the plastic container. Hi, Jacqueline. Cynthia, I lost my headphones temporarily. Oh, Jacqueline. Hi, Joyce. Hi, Sylvia. Cynthia's here. Sharon Lombard is here. Jacqueline at Lovely's Crafty Lodge, who doesn't have her earphones. I'll tell you, I'm busy losing stuff too, Jacqueline. We had a thunderstorm last night, and it was kind of late. I was up late last night, but I knew I could sleep late this morning, or later this morning. But a big old thunderclap, boom, and it shook the walls, and I heard something crash in here. And I thought, oh no, I didn't stack boxes very nice. Well, I've been avoiding coming in here to see what fell, because I was just picturing a catastrophe all over the floor. But what had happened was one of those shelves that hold my brother's airplanes, and those of you who've watched my videos before know what I'm talking about, it crashed down. So I'm going to reuse that shelf. I'm debating whether I'm going to tell him or not. You can't really tell. I had to look really close to see where that shelf came from. Boy, I really glued these on. I could probably at this point, well, I can't use a heat gun on that, but I could probably use a heat gun on these to get that glue off of here. But let's just see if I can pry it off with my scissors. Once I get a hold of it, I think I can pull it. So I've watched Dee Dee Willingham several times reuse her old art. And that's kind of what I'm going to do here, because it just sits. It just sits. I had it up on a shelf, and I couldn't see it. It was way behind everything. Let's see if I can. Not yet. It's really glued down. I glued it down good. I think I used glossy accent on it, and so I'm kind of prying the glue off of the base. There we go. See, the glue is holding on to the paper here, which I don't mind, because if I reuse it, I might reuse it on a tag and just reuse the paper too. Let's see if I can pull this way. And let me turn it. I kind of like it kind of distressed. It is distressed. I don't want to break it. Oh, and I did. But that's okay. I have a little bowl here that was sitting up above on my desk that has bits and bobs. That looks like a cap, but the fine liner cap, but the little pin is missing. And it's another cap. Those will make good mark making. Let's see. I didn't get that very well, did I? I could probably use a heat gun on these. I think the beads are going to fall off at this point. So I haven't been streaming. I got home late Sunday night, or not Sunday night, Friday night. My brother wanted to go to town, so I missed Jacqueline, but we got a lot of things done in town. We had some shopping to do. Trying to think what else we did. We did go out and eat. We ate at Arby's. He said he was tired of Mexican. I thought he would probably want Mexican, but he said he was tired of Mexican. So we ate at Arby's. Let's see if I can just pull on this. No. I really glued that down, didn't I? I guess I'll just continue the getting underneath of it with my scissors. It seems like that's the best way to do it. And you can hardly tell where I pulled unless you look really close. So I might be able to make tags out of the base or even a journal cover. And speaking of journal covers, I've been working on this one. What's this? I'll put that in the... I've been working on this one. Yep. I'll look at chat here in a minute. I want to get these beads off. Yep, it's stubborn. At least I can cut underneath of it. You're using my old Tim Holtz scissors. They're like the Energizer Bunny. They just keep going and going and going. We use a pair like this out in the garden. I dedicated them to the garden. Speaking of the garden, we've been having cucumbers and zucchini. Our zucchini's all done. And it served us well. I weeded the entire corn patch. Our squash, our butternut squash is doing good. We had rain again last night, so it's been hot here during the day, hot and muggy, but the rain at night really takes care of things. Boy, I really made sure this stuff was glued down good. I can't get these off. Just the last couple. Now I think I can take this off. This plastic. I can get under it here. You're watching me struggle. Oh, I'm just going to come look at chat. Let me refresh my chat to all messages. And who's in here? Lindy. Hi, Lindy. Welcome in, Miss Lindy. Welcome, welcome in. Thanks for answering my email. I asked her if she would hold my invoice until the middle of the month. And she is. I got the neatest ironing board from Sean, Lindy's hubby. Is he your hubby, Lindy? I never did figure that out. I didn't really pay much attention. Take the tape off first? I thought I did. I'm not sure what you're talking about. There's no more tape on here. It's glued on with the glossy accent, I think. This is a ribbon, if you're talking about that. There we go. This is glued on. There, it still has this snowflake on here. And a bead. I'm going to leave that snowflake. It's glued on there. I'll probably throw that away. I don't have a use for it. Let's do that right now so I can throw stuff away. Hi, Allie K. He's your hubby. Okay. All right, I got that. Sometimes you don't know unless you ask. You know, sometimes, you know, it could have been just a significant other. Yeah, I really glued this stuff down. I wanted it to stay. Although I will say it's coming off nice, mostly. And who else is in here? Angie! Hi, Angie! Allie K is here. I wrote that before you did it. Oh, okay. There must have been tape on there. I must have. GMTA, great minds think alike. Sometimes you just got to go at it, Allie. Sometimes you just got to go at it. Now, see, I could still use that. That's pretty cool. All right, this piece might be a job to get off. This metal piece. I might leave that on as a tag. What do I have here? Oh, some pen caps. I'll probably break them if I do this. No, they're coming off. Came off pretty easy. See if this one does the same. Yeah. All right. Let's do the button card. I could leave this as a tag. Oh, my vase is getting... It's going to fall off of the table here pretty soon. I might put different flowers in it. The flowers are purple, kind of dark flowers. Let me put it up. Let's see. Let's take the... Well, you know, I'm thinking I could use some of this as a tag. So I like those scissors on there, and I actually do kind of like the trim hanging down. If I can't get... I think that's going underneath of the cardboard there, but there's a bobby pin. There's a bobby pin. Let's leave the bobby pin. I was after this, I think. Let's get this off. I kind of like, I don't like that DMC thing there. Let's cut it off. There. And let's see, I think I'll cut this right in this center here and just let it, I don't know if these scissors will cut it. There we go. Now, do I want to leave this? No, it's going to come off. All right. So, little paper, little buttons. All righty. But if I make a tag, I don't think I want them quite that long. Yeah, I'm going to tear that, but I think I'm going to cut that off anyway. Did anybody see Jen come in? Kitty Jen? Did I miss her coming in? There she is. Hi, Kitty Jen. That is glossy accent glue. Kitty, we are going to do the cat sculptures tonight. I wanted to take this apart. I think I'm going to cut it right down here. And let's do that on the back. Let me mark it. Oh, Uh-oh. Grab a ruler here. And let's see, I'm going to cut it right here. Right about there. And I'm going to cut it, whoops, didn't mark it all the way down, Mary. And I need some advice, Allie says. I want to make some crochet items for Easter egg hunt next year. Enough that each kid could find a golden egg. Any idea of what I could crochet to put inside of plastic eggs? Well, little floral flowers maybe. I think a bunny rabbit would be too hard to make several of them. Unless you did just the round head and the ears might not be too hard. She's thinking ahead to next year. That's a good idea. I can't wait to see what people suggest. Now, it looks like I put this whole thing on a base. Let's see what the base is. No. Well, let's see. No, I tore that there. So let's see what's under here because it looks like some writing. I think this is part of a... I don't think I'm going to get that. Let's go ahead and cut it the way I think I was cutting it over here. So I was cutting this part. I was saving this part here. So let's see what happens when I cut it. I'll have to re-glue that if I keep it. I should probably cut it with a knife. I don't want to cut my journal. See if I can get a hold of a board down below. Wires out of the ribbon out of the way. Use my metal ruler. Angie, don't look. I'm going to get out the knife. I need to get some new blades for my knife. My brother's grandson is getting married next week. And he wanted to go to the barber. That's why we went to town. He had to go to the barber. And I went with him. And we got to the barber shop and it was closed. And there was a sign on the door and it said it was only open certain days a week now. And he's not taking new customers. So we're wondering if our barber is, if his barber, it's not my barber, is going to stay in business. There aren't that many barbers around here. Now, let's see if I can bend it. Still got cutting that needs to be done here. There we go. Now for the tag itself, I don't know if I want it this big, so I might cut it. I'll let that hang, and then maybe we could reverse the other this way and put something up there. So I think I'll cut it right across here, but it's going to be difficult. Let's see what happens. Well, I want all the scissors are up there, so I think I'll just cut it right in here, maybe with my scissors, right between these. Oh, that's a little short. Let's go down one. Well, no, because this one hangs. Is this one hanging? No. Let's go. Now, let's go here. And I'll cut underneath of that. Maybe. And I need to get under it. Now I didn't get the cardboard. I only got the... it right there. May not be straight, but I'm not concerned about straight. Now I could have it hang this way. I don't like it hanging that way. Well, I let it hang this way. And let's make a tag out of it. Pull this down a little. And I'll let this hang. For now, I might cut it off and maybe put that back up on the top. Let's see what this one looks like. I'm liking it. Now I could let it hang this way. It's upside down to me. I go this way. And maybe I'll put back on something like this on it, or we'll see. I'm not going to do it tonight. I'm just going to cut them apart tonight. And I think I can cut these pink pieces. All right, and so we'll make tags out of these. Let's see what's on this side. I've got this, but I could cut this right here. And I'll get rid of this. So let's mark that right in there maybe. And it's probably not totally straight, but I think I'll cut it with my knife from this side. I don't know if I'm getting it on the other side or not, but I've already started it there, so. Reusing an old art collage piece that just was taking up space. This way I can put it in a journal or do something with it. Yeah, and this is pretty much, well, I could use this. I'll save both of these. And this, we'll save it. But, all right, now we have this, which is pretty wide. But let's go ahead and, I'm not sure. If this was in a different spot, I could fold it and make a book cover out of it. Could fold it anyway. Not quite. Not quite. And I could put it back on. I can put it back on at a different spot. I could put it over here. Now let's fold this in half. If and I can. Well, it needs a spine. That doesn't need to be there. Yeah. Hold on. There. Make a nice little book cover. And this could be the back, and then I could put this back on the front. Maybe with some of this other that I'm going to cut off. So I'm going to stop here on it. And I combined these two boxes, and I'm going to put all these bits and pieces in this box. And let's put those flowers in there too. And I'll come back to that another day. Eventually, and this is my bowl of bits and pieces that was sitting up on that top shelf. I'm redoing the top shelf of my desk. I'm not doing a video of it. I made pretty good progress. But there are bits and pieces in here of different things. That's a dimensional magic hat. And these make good mark making tools. This is a something. Look like a knob to something, and I've got beads and just little bits and bobs. And I'm gonna put them in here. In this box, they'll probably spill out, but oh, there is that tape. Allie said, "Take the tape off, Mary." And let's see. I think these can go in the trash. Look like part of my foam rubber covering is tearing off here. My foam board has a black cover on it. I'll throw that away too. I'm hard on stuff, let me tell you. Not just paintbrushes, I'm hard on everything. Alright, let's put these back in here. They'll probably spill out. I don't think I have a bag. Well, I might have a bag. Let's see what I have here. I do. I have some bags that haven't been opened yet. Storage bags. I buy these every now and then because I like to put my little loose things in them. What is this paper? No, it can be thrown away. Probably fell out of the trash on the floor. All right, let's throw these in this bag. And I'll throw the bowls away. I don't need the bowls anymore. Well, I never realized which side is open and which side is closed. Get the big stuff in there first. Looks like a poppy from Veterans Day poppy. Ooh, I'm going to have to turn that fan toward me. Yeah. Not cooperating. There we go. I'm going to throw them away. I got to get rid of stuff. And let me turn the fan toward me on hot. My feet are cold. That air conditioning's right under, the vent is right under my desk, but it doesn't get my head. All right. So we're not going to work on that anymore tonight. I just wanted to take it apart. And so what I want to do, Jen, let me get this in here. This book that I started making, I think it was Friday. Was it Friday morning that I started making this? I'm going to put those cat drawings in here. And I'm going to use this rusted paper. And I have some Crayola paper to use too. Because I think, well, I could make my paper this size, which is, where's my, let's put the knife away. I might need the scissors. Where's my ruler? Well, here's another one. I lose things, I'll tell you. These are 3 3/4. No, let's go out to the black. It's 4 1/2 this way. And well, that's good. 4 1/2 and 4 1/2 is 8. And almost 4 1/2 this way. So 4 1/2 by 4 1/2. So, oh, it's 9. 4 1/2 and 4 1/2 is 9. But if I make it 4 by, that's what, 5 1/2? 5 1/2. We'll have to cut a 1/2 inch off. 5, 4 1/2 and 4 1/2 is 9. Let's cut these at 9 this way and 4 this way. So let's get my trimmer, which happens to be here. And I'm going to draw those cats on that rusty paper. And we're not going to bind it. I'm just going to get my pages ready. Because I know Jen wants to draw cats tonight. She said, Meri, you told me you were going to draw cats. She suggested we draw cats tonight, cat sculptures. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to cut this at 4. Well, let's cut it at 9 first. To grab it out of the way. And I do believe this is, I got 2 sheets here. I think they're stuck together. We'll see what comes apart here. And, yeah. I might have to use my scissors on some of this because it's rusty. You know, it came apart. I did get some new blades put those scissors away. Now I think I've got 2 sheets here. Feels like 2 sheets. They might be stuck together though. I don't know if I can get them apart. I'm going to leave it alone. So it's 9 that way, and so I want it, it's 9 this way, so I want it this way. I want to cut this at 4. Wait, I have to see. Hold on. So if I fold it this way, yeah. So I want to cut it at, what did I say, 4.5? But this is only 8 wide, so I got to cut it at 4. Let's see, I don't need this anymore. Let's get that out of the way. Trying to put it back. Okay. See, this is what makes me think there's 2 sheets stuck together. I might be able to pull them apart. We'll see. 4. Am I doing that right? That's 8. So this has to be, I guess I goofed up on it. No. Let's put it here. I think I mean it to go there. So it's folded that way, so I want to cut it this. We'll see what happens. And my blade keeps popping out. It's an old blade, but this is rusty paper, so. All right, we're going to cut it at 4 this way and see what happens. Oh, I think I cut it wrong. 8.5. Could have cut it at 4 1/4. We're going to leave that one short. And let's see if, since I'm leaving it short, let's see if I can pull it apart here. I don't think I can. I think it's going to tear on me. Yeah. Probably part of another page. Feels awfully thick. The pages won't all be the same size, I guess. Even though I think I know what I'm doing, I always goof up someplace. But it doesn't hurt to have a short page and a long page. Rusty paper. Now let's see if I can do better on this side. I'm going to cut this one first. No, I need to cut it at 9 and 9. 9 makes... I think what I did wrong was I didn't cut off an inch. All right. And then I want to cut this at 4 1/4. And this is kind of torn right in here because it's rusty paper. I actually did this when I was working with Rosemary, doing her caboodles, and she did a rusted caboodle, and that's what I was going to try to follow along with. Oh, it's getting longer. Oh dear. Well, we'll trim it down. We want it at 4 1/4. We want it at 4 1/2. About 4 1/2. Yeah, I need to put that new blade in it. All right, I'm going to trim this one down too. This one's too pretty to trim. Well, that's not it. We got a couple more here. Oh, this one I don't know if I'm going to use because it's, well, I guess I could use, this is really rusty. I don't think I'll use that one. Okay, we're going to cut this at 4 1/4. We want this one to be this size. So I'm going to cut it right there. I wish I'd make that wire red on these so that I could see my wire. I don't see my wire very well. And then I'm going to do this one the same way. I'm going to go from this side. This one's a little short on this end. Not too bad though. Oh, that's good, because then I'll cut that off. Now, we should have enough for several cat drawings. And that's what we're going to do tonight. My hands are a little grimy from the rust, but so be it. I'm not going to quite put that away yet. I might use it again. So what I'm going to do these cat drawings, I'm going to throw this stuff away because I just got too many scraps. I've already filled up that tote that that Sterilite case that I got for my scraps. It's full, and I just keep accumulating scraps and stuff. They just need to be tossed. They need to be tossed. Not all of them, but most of them. I'll keep that. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to work with DreamScreen to get our sculpture image. So I might have to zoom in a little here so you guys can use that as a reference point. Can see what I'm doing. I'm going to take my camera off the stand because its orientation is weird. All right, now let me zoom in and put it back on the stand. I took this clamp off when I went down to the lake, and it just isn't quite right. It wants to swing a little. How is that? It's a little better. So what I'm going to do here is go to DreamScreen on my other phone, and that is an option. I don't think everybody has it yet. I don't know if they're going to give it to everybody. I don't know. It's a little quirky to work with, but it's still fun. It's still fun, and I'm learning a lot about AI just using the basics. That's what it is mostly, is the basics. But you can do a lot with the basics. So let me go out here and go to my YouTube channel and YouTube, and then I have to go to my my notes, and we're in the folder that has all my DreamScreen scripts, and I'm going to go to the cat sculptures one. So I'm going to have to remove anything that gives a hint of movement. Well, I'll show you what I mean. Let's copy the first one. Whoops, that's I got large male cat standing in front of an opaque window. That's what I'm going to copy, but the rest of it was the black cat jumping up on the window ledge. And that's the one, I think if you watch my DreamScreen of cat sculptures, he actually jumped up on the head of the real cat jumped up on the sculpture instead of on the window ledge. So sometimes the DreamScreen does what it wants to. Sometimes I swore at it this afternoon. I said cuss words. I said, you're not listening to what I'm telling you, and you put all kind of weird stuff in there that I didn't ask for. And I actually typed that in there, and then I said a cuss word. And I said, I just want, and then I put it in big cap letters, and it did what I told it to do. I said, I gotta cuss at it. So let me copy this and go to my, we don't want galaxy themes, go to my YouTube. And when I go to DreamScreen, I have to go to my little creation area here where I upload videos and shorts and lives. If you do any type of creating on your phone, you know what I'm talking about. If you do, I'm not sure how it looks on a laptop or a computer. But then there's a little square here with a little person inside of it, and I'm going to click on that. When I do, it brings up a green screen. And then I click on this little red square with a diamond in it, and it brings up where you put in what you want. And I'm just going to paste it in there. So what I have, paste. Did I copy it? I thought I copied that. Must have lost it. Copy. Now I know it's in my clipboard. Paste. There it is. So it's a large marble cat sculpture in front of an opaque window. Now I'm going to make it a black marble so it'll show up better. Marble on my other one, on my cat sculpture short that I did, is really kind of a grayish color. And I think it'll be easier to draw from a black cat. A black marble cat sculpture in front of an opaque window. So I've done that. Now they give you different options. You can make it with no filters. You can have a vintage filter, an anime filter, a clay filter, which is more of a cartoon-like little clay animation. You can do an airbrush one, a digital one. I'm not quite sure what the difference is there. I don't use it much. An acrylic one, a polygon, a pixel, I imagine it's pixelated, a watercolor. I do use the watercolor one occasionally, and a pastel one. But I usually use either don't use one or I use the vintage. The one I was creating today will probably go up tomorrow, and I had to use some anime in it to get it to work because I had some movement. That's where I was cussing at it. It doesn't sometimes, and sometimes it'll put weird stuff, like it'll put people walking across the screen. I said, I didn't ask for people walking across the screen. Where did that come from? So Sometimes I have words that I talk back to it. All right, so let's create it. And it takes a minute to create. Now it's going out to the internet, and it's probably finding a cat and making it like a marble one. I think this is probably the better of them all. But if you don't like any of these, you can try again. Now this is a pretty simple one. I think this one probably has the most detail in it. But what you can do, now I'm going to go ahead and create a video of it just to show you what you can do, but I probably don't want the video. I'll probably just swipe this and use it as a standalone picture to draw from. But what you can do, you can create video, and it's going out, and a lot of people don't like artificial intelligence because I feel like it goes and grabs art that really is not in the public domain. See, it's turning it. But all right, we're gonna use this one. I'm gonna continue, and what I can do here is I can use some filters. I can change the lighting. So let's change the lighting. Well, it says lighting on. Let's see, I was really looking for, let's see what else I have here. I think I have to do it afterwards. So we're going to leave the lighting on. I think it accented the, all right. Oh, I got out of it. Well, let's go back. We can go back. Hit that. I didn't mean to get out of it. Hit my person, hit my pink tab, put it in there, paste it in, paste, and create. But a lot of people say, oh, they're stealing my art. Well, they might steal an ear. They might steal a nose of the cat. They don't, very seldom do, well, I shouldn't say that. Because I'm not an authority on AI, but my understanding is it doesn't take your whole image. But I have heard about AI, and this is where I'm not an expert in it, where AI can go out and completely steal your channel. So that is a very, very advanced use of AI, not what I do at all. Now I kind of like this one here. Let's go to this one, because it's, let's go ahead and create the video rather than doing the filter, because I think that's where you can add. On the other one, I just changed the lighting. On this one, I can. But a lot of people don't like AI for that reason, but that really has more to do with the person telling it what to do rather than using it as a tool. But you know, you're going to have any tool you have, you're going to have people misusing it and doing stuff they shouldn't do. Now, see, I've got some movement in there. But let's see. Let's continue with that. Let's see, do I have filters yet? No. I should be able to go, no, let's turn that off. Let's hit that one. And you'll see a bar, it's creating a video, and it stops after 6 seconds. Now you can add another 6 seconds. I think you can go up to 15 seconds on this, but I'm going to leave it at 6 seconds. Now, do I have my filter yet? Flash, trim, no. Someplace in here you can get the filters. Let's get out of this. And I'm going to hit the check mark. Hit that one, and you'll see a bar. It's creating a video. I'm going to turn the sound off. All right. So I'm going to hit the next. Someplace I had filters. I'm missing the filter on here, but that's okay. And let's go ahead and save it. I'll just call it Cat 01. and I'm going to upload it to a short, but it goes into a private. It goes into a private area. Now, I'm not going to download it because I don't want to go out to my area. I have stuff in there that I want to put up tonight. I don't want to give you a preview of that. But I'm just showing you where it will create the short. And then I create a whole series of those 6-second shorts. And then I download them. And then I put them together to tell a little story or to do a slideshow. All right. So I'm going to go back to my YouTube here, and we want to get to drawing. We want to get to drawing, don't we? So let's go back to YouTube. Let's hit the short, hit the little person, hit the pink screen, put in my description, and where's my... Now, I got it. I might have to get out of YouTube for a minute. Let's go back to YouTube. Hold on a minute. YouTube. Here. Shorts. Person. Screen. Paste. Create. Now I'm just going to take a screen print. I think there's a way to download the image that we want to use, but I'm just going to screen print it tonight. I don't really like any of those, so I'm going to try again. Oh, I didn't type in the word black. Let's do a black one. It might give us a black one. It says try again. Let's go back. Whoops. Sometimes I have to find my way. All right, hit that. We're going to put this in, paste, and then I'm going to put in a large black marble cat. And create. Hi, Belinda. Hi, Juju. Hi, Lucia. Oh, my goodness, there's Lucia McGill. My grandson is in North Carolina right now. He's there for training for his job. Is that Cameron, Lucia? Is he all grown up and training for a job? Hi, Art Barn Studio. Are you my Canadian friend? Oh, my goodness. Hi, Stephanie Goldie. Oh, my goodness, my goodness, my goodness. It's good to see you. Angie says she's still here. Hi, Angie, girl. Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Belinda, there's Becky. Oh, she said she'd be back. She's going to go she probably had a long day. She's going to go soak in the tub. Becky, your floors in your room look awesome, Lucia says. And she said, thank you. Who else am I missing? She said, Becky said, I had to take a break this weekend. I'll start back tomorrow. Lucia was telling Becky that the dresses, how is the dresses coming along? I'll tell you, Becky really does up those girl dresses, doesn't she? Oh, I'm so glad to see you. Lucia says, hi, Mary. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. It's so good to see you, Lucia. All right. Oh, it says try again. Let's see if we can actually get a black cat out of this. There we go. Now, this is probably the better of them, but he's kind of, look, he only fills half of the screen. So I don't like that, and I don't like the bars there. This one's pretty good, but it cuts them off at the bottom. This one's okay, but let's try again and see what happens. Sometimes I try it 10 times before I decide on one that I want to use. And this time I'm not going to make the video. I'm going to swipe it and put it in my library. All right, well, this is probably the best of them. Let's try it again and see if we can't get a better one. It's so good to see you all. Thanks for popping in. Let's see, yes, it's Cameron. He'll be 19 at the end of this month. Oh my goodness, how they grow up. How they grow up. Now, I kind of like this one the best. So let's do the use image on it. Whoops. And I didn't want to do that. Can I go back? Let's try to go back one. Sometimes I can go back. No. So see, I play around with it. Sometimes I spend 4 or 5 hours making a 3-second video. But, well, for one thing, I'm learning what DreamScreen itself can do and can't do. Sometimes it does stuff that I don't tell it to do. And I don't like it, so I fool around with it. Sometimes I work 45 minutes getting one 6-second video. And I really believe that there's probably better AI video editors out there. But most of them, if they offer free, they only offer limited stuff. And it's very, then you have to, if you subscribe, you're paying like $29, $30 a month at the least. And I'm just not ready for that. Oh, you know what? I didn't put black in there. Let's put black. So I don't mind when I'm doing something. And when I finally get something I like, if I get it downloaded or uploaded and downloaded, I'm dancing. I'm dancing. All right, let's see if I can't get one that suits my fancy here. Jen says, just pick one, Mary. Just pick one. Well, this is probably the best, but I'm not happy with any of them. This one's pretty. Let's go with that. And then I'm going to see if I can't swipe it. And I'm going to take it down into my library. There it is. And let's get rid of all the extraneous information there. Whoops. Move it up a little here. Okay. Now I can change the lighting on it here. Let's try. Well, I like the original. The auto makes it darker. I don't like that background darker. But I can skip that, and I can go over here to the light balance and to the lighting, the brightness. And let's see if I can't make it a little brighter, just so we can see it a little better. Well, I don't like what it did to the face. Let's come back. Let's go to the highlights. Sometimes I play around. Whoops. I want to go to the highlights. And let's make them brighter. I don't like what's going on in there, but I'm going to go ahead and save that. And then when I'm actually sketching it, we can zoom in on the face and see that face. See, I don't like that white line in there. That doesn't suit me. But it's in my library, so let's go do another one. Let's go to my notepad. Let's get out of the library. We want to stay in YouTube. Let's go do one with large cat sculpture in opaque window on brick wall. Well, that's the same thing, only I have a brick wall in there. 2 very large window arches with opaque glass. Let's see, large cat and mouse sculpture in a white room of an art gallery. Let's see that. That kind of came out fun. Let's copy that. And let's go to YouTube. And I'm going to go back, and I'm going to replace what's in there. Select all and paste. Whoops, got ahead of me. select all and paste. Now let's see what this one does. Create. So this is a cat and mouse sculpture. We're going to get some first, Kitty, before we start. So there is one, but that doesn't look like a sculpture to me. This one kind of does, so kind of have to play around. Let's try again. I think the one I had, the sculpture was, the cat was very, well, here's a cute one. I kind of like that, but you can't see the mouse very well. Here's a comic one. He's kind of cute. Jen would probably like this one. We'll play with the different filters. Here's one where they got the spotlight on every side, but not on the cat. Let's go back and try it again, see what else we can get here. So that's what I do. Sometimes I'll sit here and try a lot of different options. What did Angie say? My great-nephew works at McDonald's and he's just 16. Today they made him the first young manager. Wow, congratulations to him, Angie. They have not had a manager that young. Well, very cool, Angie. Lucia says, Meri, I'm really enjoying your craft room series. You need a friend so you can use both hands. Yeah, I need to put my camera up on a stand. Yeah, I know. I drop things, I throw things behind me. I have done a little bit more in here where I've not videoed it. I'll make a video. Maybe I'll put my camera up on the stand, and I am building extra shelves on that computer desk. Maybe I'll do that tomorrow sometime. I took everything off. Well, I didn't know I had so much up there. I'm going, wow. All right. Well, see, that doesn't look like a sculpture to me. This one looks like a sculpture, but the mouse doesn't. And this one is getting close, but let's try again. Sometimes I just keep trying. Thank you, Lucia. They get kind of long. I'm trying to keep them at least to around 10 minutes, but some of them went up to 30 minutes. And I drop things, and as I'm trying to handle it with one hand, the camera shows something different. When we went to town Friday, I was hoping to find some, like at Walmart and what was the other place? Menards. I didn't see any boxes. And when we came home, I just told my brother to drive by Dollar Tree. I was so tired Friday. And so I need some more boxes, but I went upstairs and found a couple. We went to our local grocery store and they had some of those plastic crates, and I got a couple of those. But I could find those Sterilite tubs, but my goodness, it won $8 for a tub. I'm not going to pay that much for a tub anymore. I'm going, they're just plastic, and they're probably made out of plastic recycled stuff. I go, well, how are you charging $8? And then the larger ones are like $14, $15, $20 for a plastic tub? No way, I'll use a cardboard box. So I went upstairs and I found some boxes, and I decided what I need to do with a lot of this stuff behind me that's sitting loose. I'm going to put it in boxes and then move it out with the other boxes so that I can just get room. But I had some books. I have a set of art dictionary or art encyclopedias. Were sitting down on the bottom shelf of one of those bookcases, and I've never used them. They just sit there. So I took them out and I cleared off my computer desk, and at Menards, when I went to Menards, I got a board to use as a shelf. And it sits up there pretty nice, and I'm using those art encyclopedias as bricks to hold that shelf up. Well, last night we had a thunderstorm, and it must have been a big old clap. It must have shook the house, because one of the shelves that hold my brother's airplanes over here toppled down, and I heard it crash, and I was afraid to come in here. I was afraid to, ooh, I like this one. What is that mouse doing? I can't. Looks like he's pulling the cat's tail. You see, that one does not look like a sculpture to me. So sometimes this one looks like a sculpture. We could use that one. So I'm going to swipe this and come into my library and edit it. And we don't need all this extra stuff here. Because we're just going to sketch the cat. It's up here. That's pretty good. Now, do I want to... I don't want to... I think this just makes it darker here. I wanna skip that. Let's see if I can't change the lighting on this just a little. And let's go to... I want to go to the highlights. Contrast, highlights. Make them a little brighter. And I want to make the shadows a little darker. I don't know what that does to it, but I play with it. All right, we're going to save that one. So anyway, I came in here this morning. I was so afraid I was going to see, you know, I thought it was a craft-a-lanch. But that thunder must have shaken the walls, because that shelf, one of the shelves, and I had to look really close to see what shelf it is, because it looks okay up above. As I go, where did that shelf come from? So I picked up all his airplanes, and I think I'm not even going to tell him. I'm going to use that board as another shelf on my computer desk, so I can put more stuff up there. And that shelf where the wall behind the computer desk is not an outside wall, so it would really have to shake the house for that to come tumbling down. Did I save that? I think I did, because I don't see it. So let's go back and let's do another one. A sculpture of a cat catching a mouse under, the Queen's chair. You know, kitty cat, where have you been? I've been to London and I found a mouse under the Queen's chair, or something like that. Sculpture of a cat dipping paws in a sculpture of a fish bowl. We could try that and see what happens. And I find that when I was describing this, I couldn't just say sculpture of a cat dipping paws in a fish bowl. Excuse me. I had to say a sculpture of a cat dipping paws in a sculpture of a fish bowl with a fish sculpture in it, in order to get everything to look like sculptures. So it's kind of a fussy deal here. I'm going to sneeze again. Excuse me. All right, let's go back. Let's get rid of this. Oh, I got that pin in the way. Hold on. Select all. Select all. And paste. Let's see what it does. Hold a minute. Oh. Let me go down to the bottom. Let me refresh my chat. It's so good to see everybody. Hold a minute. I gotta get back up to my chair, to my desk. I want chat, filter, chat filter, all messages. Belinda says, bless you. Thank you. Lucia says, I have my sewing machine set up in the living room. My craft room is neglected and it needs some TLC big time. I know. I'll tell you, I at one point had all those boxes cleared out from behind there. But as I get stuff in, you know, it just piles up on me. And I was thinking they built a new storage unit here in town, but we drove by it on the way home and it says no vacancy. So I think what I'm going to do is see if there's a waiting list and get put on a waiting list and just do my best to store that stuff, because I really do need to get some of it out of here in case something happens to either my brother or me. Then my nephew and his family won't have to deal with it all. They could just have somebody come and clear out the storage unit, just, you know, and probably take it to Goodwill or someplace. I'll be done with it if I'm not around. And if my brother passes away, it will be, I can't stay here by myself. I couldn't take care of this house by myself. It's too much. I could take care of the yard and do the dishes and stuff like that, but if something happens, like needing a new roof or, you know, anything could happen. Although he's kept this house up pretty good as far as he's fixed the sewer, he's put in a new kitchen floor, he put in central air, at least on the bottom floor, on the first floor. And he's done pretty good about keeping things up. I wish he would redo the bathroom, and I'd like to have the kitchen painted. I'd love to have a French country kitchen, but every time I mention it, he doesn't want to do it. So let's try this again. We need a fish bowl, and it didn't really. Oh, we're still at the mouse. Did I not get that in? Let's just erase this whole thing. Did I not get that copied? I thought I copied that. Sculpture of a cat. Maybe I highlighted it and didn't copy it. Now, paste, create. Oh, let's see what's going on. Becky says good night. Yeah, she goes to take a bath and then she's done for the day. Good night, sweet Becky. All right, did she say if she's going to stream tomorrow? If Becky streams, she streams on Mondays. She'll stream real early in the morning, like, well, it's early here, 6:30, I think, Eastern time. And so she's done by the time Dee Dee comes on at 8:30. So if Becky streams, she'll stream at 6:30. Good night, Becky. Steph says good night. Lucia says good night. Angie says, Mary, where do you think you are going? You will outlive me. Well, you know, Angie, we have to be realistic. Something could happen to any of us at any age. And I know where I'm going. You know, Christians believe in heaven, and we won't go into preaching a sermon at you. So I hope to go up there and be with my Lord when I pass away. That's my plan. I've confessed all my sins. I confess them every day. Sometimes, you know, it says, created me a clean heart, and what does it say? Created me a clean heart, of God, put a new and right spirit within me. And sometimes they go, where's that new and right spirit, Lord? I'm still a sinner. And, you know, we are. But now I'm preaching at you. I don't want to preach. But that's where I'm going, Angie. I hope to be up there with my Lord when I pass away, but I don't want to leave down here. I want to get it halfway cleaned up, so if something happens to me, my family won't have to deal with what I'm dealing with now. That's my plan. Here, this looks like a sculpture of a. See, the cat is sculptured, the fish bowl is kind of a sculpture, and the fish is sculptured. So we're going to use that one. So I'm going to swipe it. And let's go pick another one. Sculpture of a cat sitting on a sunny ledge, of a sculptured window with sculptured lace curtains and a sculptured vase of flowers. See, I use that because if I don't say sculpture this and sculpture that, it puts in something that looks very realistic. Let's see what happens here. DreamScreen is fun to learn the basics, but I would love to at one time get an AI that I will say DreamScreen interprets my mistakes really well. Because see, I didn't put, this says it in it, and it interpreted that the way I wanted it to. So it's not all bad. I'm trying to get it to cut and paste here. Try and get rid of this. Select all. Come on. Select all, and well, it jumps from me. Select all and paste. Paste. There. Oh, I still got the... I thought I copied that. It didn't. I gotta watch what I'm doing here. Flowers. Copy. So it says it's copied to the clipboard. Now I have to go back here. I'm still on the fish sculpture here. Select all and paste. No, it's still the... Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. Create. You're not sure. I was eating dinner. Lucio says, is the plan to draw the cats on little paper? Yes. Yes. Kitty Jen wanted to draw some of these cat sculptures. If you go to my shorts, I think it's about 3 back, 3 shorts behind. You'll see I did a... Well, we can do that right now. Let's go to my shorts. I got out of it. Yeah, we'll come back to that. We'll come back. We'll come back. Shorts. Come on. My stream. Me and shorts. If you go to my shorts, you'll see, well, no, that's, oh, these are the ones that I did, showing you guys. Let me get to the, see, I did some nutcrackers here. And I don't have the sound on. I got the nut, let me turn the sound on. And see, all of these were created with that DreamScreen editor. And I told it what I wanted. And these are all nutcrackers. I think I had 21 of them. There's little Ruby Rose. And this is an old-fashioned Santa, Father Christmas. This is Mrs. Santa. And this is just a caroler. And there's the lady caroler. Nutcrackers. There's a ballerina. And an elf. It was really fun to create these, but it took a long... That is supposed to be a swan. It looks like a goose. But there's an angel. I used the goose anyway. This is a shepherd with a lamb and a shepherd hook. This was really fun to do. This is a wise man. And those hats, they're not a crown. They got a special name for the hats on the wise men. There's Mother Mary and baby Jesus. This is a mouse. I had a time creating him. He was fun to do. Here's Scrooge and Tiny Tim and the goose. And Rudolph. And that's just an ice skater. She's a skater. And then I lost the sound. This is the little drummer boy. And, well, the sound ended. I didn't lose it. And then this is a little match girl. She's my last one. And now, if you go back one more, you'll see the cat sculptures. And this is what Kitty Jen watched, and we should draw these. See, he jumped up on the cat's head instead of the window, but I said, well, that works. And there's the cat on the ledge. 2 arched windows, a bird flying by. There's the cat and mouse. That one was kind of cool. There's the kitty cat, where have you been? I've been to London to see the Queen, and I caught a mouse under a chair. There's the one we just did with the fishbowl. This is the one we're doing now, where he's sitting sunning on a window ledge. And there he's looking up into a bird cage. Now he's in front of a fireplace. These are sculptures. They're not supposed to be realistic cats. Sitting on a stack of books in the library. And there's a cat with a butterfly on its nose. We'll do that one for drawing. And there he's smelling a rose. And there, mother cat is cleaning the little kitten. Here he's watching YouTube. He's watching Aunt Beck's channel. Drinking a bowl from a bowl of milk. Here's a cat fountain. Here they're hugging each other. You see that a lot with kitty cats. Here's with a ball of string. That one would be fun to draw. We'll do that one. Here they're fighting. And I pressed it and it stopped it. You know, cat fights. And here they're sitting on a fence. That's the last one, I think. But see, YouTube, the DreamScreen puts in a lot of that movement. But to get it to where it's what you want, or close to what you want, sometimes I have to do and redo and do and redo. Sometimes all that movement, it puts in by itself. Now I can say, well, I'll just tell you, I'm doing a scarecrow one today. And I wanted the scarecrows to walk away. And, you know, scarecrows in the garden hang up on a pole. Well, I would tell it not to put the pole on it because they can't walk away when they're up on a pole. And it wouldn't do it. No matter what, I had put it in big caps. No pole on the scarecrow. You can't, it can't walk away if it's on the pole. And I actually swore at the thing today. And I typed in my swear words. I said, listen to what I'm saying. Yeah. And it did it. Well, after a fashion. Let's go back to what I'm doing here. I was doing the window one. Let's go back and do that one with the butterfly on its nose. And let's actually draw a couple of these. Here. Sculpture of a cat with a sculptured butterfly on its nose. Let's see what it does. Copy. Now, I know it's in my clipboard. It says copy to clipboard. So we're going to go back to YouTube. I'm going to go back to YouTube.
During their wedding vow.
And we're going to go to shorts, where you create your shorts. And it shows a little, if you have it, a little square with a little person in it will show up on this menu. And I don't know what it looks like on the computer, on a desktop or a laptop. I don't know what the menu looks like. I imagine your menu is probably up above. But on the phones, it's on the side. Well, I think the DreamScreen is a mobile thing, though. You create your shorts. I don't even know if you can create it on a laptop with the DreamScreen. You might have to use your phone. I don't know. So then you click that little person and then you click this pink button down here. And it gives you, this is where you tell it what you want it to do. So I'm going to paste in sculpture of a cat with a sculptured butterfly on its nose. And we'll try some of these other filters, but let's do the one with no filter. And I was reading, I like to follow, her name is Peggy K. and she kind of passes along news of all different things, but she includes YouTube, what's happening on YouTube. And I like to follow her a lot. And I don't know if it was her or another video I was watching. YouTube now has a tool, and I want to try it. I haven't got to it yet. I just busy with other things. But you can take one of your drawings or one of your paintings or a picture of yourself and make a video out of it. And I thought, well, how fun that would be to draw a cat and make a video out of it. So, all right, here's the sculpture of a cat. But none of these, this one kind of looks like a sculpture of a cat, but none of them are quite like what I want, so I'm going to try again. Some of these look like realistic cats and not sculptures to me. All right, this one's pretty good. I kind of like that one. I wish it was the full figure of the cat, though. See, this one looks like a real cat to me, although it's the body isn't there. But that doesn't look, you know, it's not, doesn't suit me. This one is nice, but I need more of the cat, so that's what, this one's pretty good. But let's try it again and see if I can't get something that suits my fancy. And then we'll go do some drawings. Because it's, what, 7:30 here? I'm only going until 10. See, I want something more like this. Only want the whole thing. I don't want its ear chopped off. This one's not bad. I could bring it down, screen print it, and you know, just take a snapshot of it. But let's try it again. I like this one a lot, but that doesn't look like a sculpture. It looks like a real cat to me. So I'm not going to use that. Let's try it. I just keep trying until I find one that suits my fancy. I'd like to have something like that look like a sculpture. Something like this. Only I wish that butterfly was. Let's try it again. I just keep trying until I find something that I like. Sometimes I'm sitting there doing the same thing over and over and over. And over and over and over. Come on. You can do it. You did it before. So I talked to it. Well, this one's getting close too. He looks like he's going to eat that butterfly. This one's not bad. That's more what I want, but I don't want so much shading in there. This one's pretty good too. Let's use that one. Let's stop here and do this one. All right. Now, let's go to my library and edit it. And we'll get rid of all the screen information and everything in there and just get the picture. And I'm going to leave it just like it is. I'm not going to put any filters on it. Okay, let's start drawing that one. Let's go. I'm going to get out of my YouTube. I'm going to get out of my notepad. And we're just going to go to the library. Let's draw this one. Now, I might need to zoom in a little bit more so you guys can see. These pages should fit this book. They fit in there pretty good. And of course I've got like a 2-inch. So I'll probably be putting more pages in here of different things. I may not do all cat sculptures. I might do some of those nutcrackers. Not tonight, but... All right, let me zoom in more so you guys can see a little better. How is that? Move those. Move this over here and that there. Is that good? And let me take this picture and put it out on my community tab. So you guys, if you want to swipe a picture of this, you can. I know Jen does that sometimes. Let's go to YouTube, go to my channel. Let me turn the sound down. And go to my channel. go to my posts and I'm going to put hashtag DreamScreen on shorts so that if somebody who's not following us tonight sees that picture, they'll know that it was. But if I put that hashtag DreamScreen on shorts, that tells the user that it was AI created. That's kind of from YouTube itself. This is their hashtag. So it's DreamScreen on shorts. And whoops, not on. And I'm going to put space AI generated picture of a sculpture of a cat with a butterfly on its nose. And then I'm going to add a picture here of that cat. I don't have my pen, my S pen in this phone, and that little pen right there gets in my way sometimes. So there it is. If you want to sketch this cat, let's get out of it. You can, oh, keep writing. I gotta post it. You can come in and grab that picture if you want. Everything that's created with AI is in the public domain. So if you don't see the whole picture, if it cuts off part of it, click on that picture and you'll see it there. You'll see the whole thing. In fact, let's just draw. Well, I don't know what I want to draw from that one. Let's go back to my library one, because I can zoom in and out. So we're going to sketch this real fast. I think I will try to use the markers that I got. So we're going to put these in my book. I think I'll just use this side. So mine may not look exactly like this, but it'll be similar. And I'm just going to draw it with this S pen, which is the bold one, I believe. I've used it, I think. Yeah, it's the bold. The 1-0 is the bold. I like to draw with the bold. The medium ones, the ink doesn't flow as nice if I'm trying to do tonal values. All right, now you see here, you got a pretty big ear, and you just have a little bit of a short distance between those two ears. So I'm just going to put a little distance, and let's bring the ear down, and it's just the bust of the cat, the neck, and the little bit of the shoulder there. And let's see if I can actually get a cat's face here. So the little bit, and then the other ear is over this way. It's just a little bit of an ear. And then the cat's face is fairly long. It comes out this way, about like that, and then it has kind of an eyebrow, and then it kind of comes down like so, maybe a little bit shorter than that. And then its eye, it's got a fairly large eye as far as being a sculpture. And it's got a fairly round eyeball in there. I'm sure this is a sculpture of a cat, so, you know, it almost looks like a round stone in there for the eyeball. I'm sure a realistic cat's eye is probably a little more softer than just a stone for an eye. But we'll leave it like that. And now I can get this nose, because that nose kind of, here's the eyeball, and the end of the cat's nose is kind of ends right there and comes down. I kind of had it. And then it has, it has almost looks like a deer at this point. The nose comes out this way. There. And then it kind of, there, it's this part in here is what's making it look like a cat to me. And then, whoops, that nose kind of has a, and it kind of comes like, sketchy sketch. And then it comes around and down. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with it. Not total, but, you know, it'll do. It'll do, pig! And then it comes down like this, and it shows the, as the dimensional part in here, kind of where, in a drawing, that would, you know, continue on down that way. Alright, so, and I'm kind of running out of space here. So we're just going to kind of go like that. And then the butterfly has a head, a little head up here, and some wings. I don't know what you guys are seeing. I guess you're seeing it. And then, not wings, some antenna. And then the wing comes way up this way, and I have to make it fit the page. Its body, this butterfly actually sits up higher on the nose than this one does. This butterfly should have been up higher, but I'm just going to have him sitting on the very tippy tip. And then the wing, I won't get that second wing on there, except for maybe the shadow of it, because I'm running out of space. But that's okay. We'll just go with this one. I might try to put it, instead of putting it over on this side, put it over on this side so you know there's a second wing. Like that, maybe. And then his body comes down, and then it comes around this way, maybe a little smaller. Like that. So I got the basic drawing in there. Now I'm going to take a marker, and I think I'll use the markers that Microdot sent me. Jane at Microdot sent me some markers. If I find where I put them. Did I put them in? I think I put them in here. And let's see. This is a Tombow marker. Where's my black? There's white. Here we go. We're going to start with the black. And I did put that picture out on my community tab. So if you're interested in drawing it, or you can grab it and use it if you want to make a card or something. It's in the public domain. And I'm just going to, right now, just put the outline of this cat in so you can see it better. Now I can't, if I was doing this in watercolor, I could try to get some tonal values with my pen here to get those grays. For right now, we're just going to outline him. And his nose is a little more square, and then he's got his mouth and the... Not sure I like what I've done there, but let's see, comes around this way and then back around like that, sort of. And then it swoops down, and I'm running out of space here. But that's fair. It's fair. I'd probably draw this if I was doing it for real for somebody. I'd probably draw this 3 or 4 times before I was happy with it. But this is just play. This is just play, and that's what you should be doing, is playing. Now let's get some definition on these wings. Maybe. And then it has some lines going through, but if I get too many in there, then you lose it. I think it has a deal like this. And then down here it has one too. Let's make that dark, and we'll put a couple lines in there. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do next is try to put in some, and I'm always doing this. I'm always taking when I have a two markers here, I always take the cap off of one and set it down, and when I want to put the cap back on, I pull it off of the other end. Now I want to try to get some tonal values for the grays on the face and under the neck. So I'm going to try it with this ink pen and wet it with water. So I'm just going to put in some light grays in here. We'll leave some of the white showing. And then under the neck, kind of like so. And I'm not sure, looks like I'm kind of running out of ink on this. I'm not sure if this is totally going to work. All right, let's see if I can't get a little glass of water here. I have some, get that one that I already was using. I'm going to grab this one. Hold on. Let's grab some water. Some water. And I need a brush. A brushy brush. A little brushy brush. I had some new brushes out. Yeah, I don't know what I did with them. Grab one of these. This one will work. And I just want to get some tonal values in here. And I could make the whole cat tonal value and then come in with the black and come in with the black in here. But we need some whites in there too, so I don't want to do too much. But see, this all in here is gray. So I need my heat gun out. You don't want to get your paper too wet if you're using paper. That paper has been in the water with the rusting. It's a thicker paper, but if you're using a copy paper, that'll warp really fast. Let me plug my heat gun in. I don't want to drag that ink pen through wet paper. Hold on, let me. Plug in my heat gun. And let's give it a little dry. We'll come back to the heat gun in a bit. And let's put some grays down in here. I think this pen is running out. Either that or because I'm using it on... let's try this pen. A rusty paper might be affecting it. I think the pen's just running out of ink. And let's see, let's get this one down a little more. The gray will come up. Let's put a little bit of gray. I don't want too much gray. I want some white showing on the face. Alright, let's put a little more grayish in here. Coming up this way. And this is mostly black in here. There might be a little bit of gray behind his ear there. And this is mostly black in here, maybe a little bit of gray up in there. Alright, let's see. Oh, I wanted to make his eye a little gray. Okay, now let's take the brush again. And just tone it. And of course, you know, this is a sketch, so you'll see my sketchy lines even if I tone it. You can still, if you look at this close, you will see sketchy lines. And let's put a little bit of gray under the eye there. Let's make it a little dimensional. And a little, I don't know if I can grab some of this and put right in there. And maybe under the chin. And we're going to add more black on him. And let's hit it with the heat gun again. My heat gun. Now I think I'm going to get out my watercolor and do a blue background. So see, you can get ideas. You can, now I would say this piece of art itself, even though it's done off of an AI generated inspiration, I think I could call this my art. I think I could call it my art. I don't know if I would say that piece there is in the public domain, but the AI generated is in the public domain. And my watercolor, I took them down to the lake with me, but I don't think I took everything. Well, I got some gouache. I haven't used gouache for a long time. Let's use some gouache. And I think they're in tubes. See, I did a swatch. I think I'll go for turquoise blue. That's sap green. This is sky blue. And what's this? Cerulean blue. Where's my cerulean? I don't think I did cerulean blue on here. Sky blue, here it is. And I keep piling stuff up on the top. And I was going to throw that. Oh, did I put it in here? Let's grab that tray. This. Use it as a palette. Threw it away too fast. I just need a dab of blue. Probably too much, but we'll go with that. I did with this Chocola brand, I did a product review on it, and they sent me this set of gouache. I should probably put that in the description box, because I do use it, but I don't use gouache that much. They sent me a palette. I've even got a fan brush and a little brush in here. They sent me all of that. And I think it's a decent product. It's probably not the... I'm going to set my phone out of the way for a minute. I'm going to do the background here in blue. I think it's a decent product. Chocola. I don't do very many product reviews, but they messaged me and I said, yeah, I'll give it a try. It was a few months ago. And they use gouache a lot to illustrate, for illustration purposes. And gouache is kind of a matte watercolor. Illustrators will use it a lot. And I have a lot more here than I need. Now, do I want to put blue behind the wings? I think I do. Maybe just put a hint that it's got a blue background here. This is the body. We'll be making that black probably. I think I've gone off the page here, but that's okay. All right, I'm happy with that. Maybe a little bit more of a hint in here of the blue. There. All right, and look, I've got all that left. Let's smear it on something. Let's go into my book. Where did I put my books? I took them off. I took them off when I streamed it. I'll put them behind me. Let's use up that blue. Because I'm going to throw that tray away and I don't want to waste my blue paint. Let's just put some blue watercolor on here. I don't want to waste my gouache. No, 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 no. See how opaque it is for watercolor? wash is really an opaque watercolor. There's not a whole lot of transparency to it. It does gradiate some with you add water to it, but mostly it's an opaque watercolor. Smear some in here. And of course, if I put something on this page, it will probably smear out the blue that's over here, but that's okay. I think that's the tissue I blew my nose with. I don't want to use that. Okay. Let me put this palette. Let me put this book behind me, and we'll go back to my cat and finish my cat. Because I got the gray and the white in there. Now we want to put in more dark blacks. Hold on. It's gonna... I need 3 hands. Let me get... I took my paper towels down to the lake, and I haven't brought in another... I bought some more, but I haven't brought them in. So I've been using... Where'd I put it? I had a cold earlier this year. Let me throw that away. And I've been using people paper when I had that cold, and it's been sitting in here, so it's clean. Let me wipe this off. It's clean. All right, I'll throw that away. It's just people paper instead of paper towel. All right. Well, let's go back to the cat. I don't know, I kind of like the kitty. Let's not mess him up, Mary, when I put in this black now. And, oh, I didn't put the black back. Show my brush. Let me set it there. Where'd I put it? Well, this is my Tombow marker. Maybe I did put it back. Because I was talking about it being on 2 ends. Maybe I did put it back. I did. I want to use the markers that Microdot sent me. They're double pointed. And they got a little pencil. You can use them as a pen or as a brush. I'm going to use the brush side. And I want to come in under this ear and kind of down this way to give this cat some shape. And inside of the ear, kind of in here. Now you can't see it very well, but he's got some white streaks in there. And I'm just going to kind of go like that. And then this ear over here is all in gray, but I'm going to put it in black. Now, I'm kind of happy with the face, but I might come back under his jawline here. See how it gets dark around in there? So I'm going to come around this way with the jawline and maybe under his neck a little more. And in here. Now, I'm just afraid to do too much in there. So I just could very well mess it up. But it has a lot of gray tones in there. I don't want to mess it up. But let's put in some more gray. It needs some grays in here. that eye is getting pretty dark. I think I'll stop there and let's put some dark underneath of his chin here. And maybe some, make it a little more gray in there. If I was doing watercolors, it would be different. When you're working with markers and pens, you're only limited to what you can do with the marker and the pen itself. So I think I'm going to pretty much call this done. I think if I do too much more to it, I'll mess it up. So I'm going to, I think I'll pretty much call this done. Maybe bring this around a little more. I think I will. This is my cap. So let me sign it. And is this the writing side? Or is that the brush side? It's the brush side. And it is 8/10/25. There's our cat. I could make this a little darker. I could take my brush and maybe wet that a little, just a little. Make this area a little darker in here. I don't want to overdo it. I think I'm going to leave it alone. Mary, drop the, oh, I didn't do the body of the butterfly. We'll darken it with my pen. I'm using my S pen. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to call it done. So there's the cat. Now, seeing that it did pretty good, I'm going to let this dry. I think I'll just let it dry and pick up another one. Let's see, what else did we have? What time is it? It is, let me get out of this. It's 8:12. I have time to do another one. Let's go pick, what other one did I use? Oh, I like this one. But you know, I don't have very good facial features on it. Now, what I don't like about it is this area. So I'm not sure I want to do that. Let's see. I have the cat and the fish bowl. We could do that. And we have this one, the cat and the mouse. Should we do the cat and the mouse? Or the cat and the fish bowl? What do you want to see? The cat and the fish bowl? Or the cat and the mouse? Whoops. That was the end. Where am I? There's the cat and the fish bowl. The cat and the fish bowl is kind of fun. Thank you, Angie. Aw, thank you, Goldie. It's good to see you, Goldie. How are you doing? How are you doing? Goldie lost her little Goldie dachshund a couple weeks ago. I'm so sorry, Goldie. Are you going to get another one? Another little dachshund? Good luck tomorrow, Angie. I hope you sell out. Oh, are you going to your your fair tomorrow? Angie says, Lucia, yes, I'm setting up. My town has one the first Monday of each month till September. Wow. She was busy. She had got a town festival tomorrow that she's getting ready for. I hope you do well, Angie girl. The cat in the fishbowl, you want to do that? I'm wondering if I can hit this with the heat gun. I'd like to keep it on the, maybe not on this side, but this side. Let me hit this with the heat gun just to make sure that I don't smear anything that I didn't want to. Okay, we're going to do the cat in the fishbowl. And that cat is white. So, I'm going to actually bend it like this. I'm going to do it over here. It will be actually the inside here. Do I want to do it there? Maybe I'll do it on the back because I don't have that big spot. Let's do it on the back. So I'll have the cat here and the cat in the fishbowl there. So, we're going to leave it white, and we're going to do a border around it, probably in the gouache again. So let's draw it with the pen. Now, if you look at this picture, you can see that the cat itself, let me get it here where you can see it better. The cat itself, the fishbowl is just about half of the picture. You can see the body of the cat behind here through the fishbowl, but the cat itself is probably maybe a third, and the fishbowl we'll say is 2/3 of the picture. So if I make the top of that fishbowl right in here maybe, this area right here, right there. And then it's got its paw right here in here. We're looking at that paw and this paw. And I got something on my phone there. I can get it off. Excuse me while I... Where's my cat? Get that little spot off. I don't know if I have it all off, but it's better. So the paw, this paw is going to come in here. And we're just going to kind of draw a paw shape for now. Kind of a paw shape. And then here's its body. And then the other paw comes over this way. There's not that much space in there. It's kind of got big paws. It's going to grab that fish. It's after the fish. And then its arm, the lid of the fishbowl curves, and that cat's arm kind of slants down like this. So the lid itself has a circular in there, and that cat's paw comes down a little more. And it comes around like, and I'm sure I'm not doing a justice of the entire fishbowl here. But that cat's paw really comes down this way. See how low it is on there? And then its back comes up this way. Now, it's got a body in here, but not that much. Not that much in there. It starts with the head. So, let's draw the head in here. And if you're drawing with pencil, you could erase your shapes a little bit more, but I'm getting way up at the top here. I could have made that come down a little bit more, but I didn't, so the cat is going to be kind of scrunched in there. And his other ear is going to come out this way. And I've got him out of proportion here, but we'll go with it. His nose is going to be down in here. And he's got a little mouth there. And his eyes, his nose kind of comes up like that. His eyes are going to come in here. And the other one over here. And I still need to get me an overhead light. My lighting in here is not that great, so sometimes I can't see now. I'm not entirely happy with how I've spaced him out. He needs to be down lower on the page, but he's after the fish in here. And so, yeah, he needs to be down lower. Okay, well, oops. But now if I was doing this, I could cut this out and place him on another sheet. In fact, I'm really thinking about doing that. And we could put this on another sheet too. I might do that because I don't like how high he is. So let's just play with this. We don't have to be perfect. We don't have to be perfect. We're going to put this on here. I'm going to do this one over here. So let's just set that one aside for now. And here's my scissors. I had them here. We're going to cut this one out, and I'm going to place him down further because I'm not happy with him. I'm not happy. And this will make him a little more dimensional too. Well, you just play. It doesn't have to be a sketchy sketch, a perfect sketch. I mean, you can cut him out and use him as a fussy cut. Oh. I'm gonna put him where he belongs on the page. And I'm just going to figure out what I'm doing with the head there. And that bowl doesn't look. I'm gonna shorten it a little here. Whoops. Let me throw those away. Now I can play with him more. I can put him more down toward the bottom. So I'm just going to glue him in with my glue stick. He looks kind of mean there, doesn't he? He's after that little fish. And look, there's my fish right there. It made my fish for me right there. Right in here. He's got a fin coming out this way, and another one coming out behind here, and another one up this way, sort of. And he's actually a longer fish. There. And I'll put this tail on him here. There we go. And the cat's body kind of shows behind here. that the bottom of the bowl is here. And you kind of see the cat's body behind the... and I'm going to actually give him a... well, I'll have to glue him down first. I was thinking about giving him a... maybe putting him more over this way and giving him more of a tail. We'll see. Let me get my glue stick. And a paper. We need a paper to glue with. Get lots of glue on it because I'm going to put him on that page. He just was up too far to suit my fancy. He was up way too far. I'm going to put him kind of over to the side and down toward the bottom. And kind of like that maybe. And we're going to put a back end on my cat and a tail. That's not on here. Going to take some artistic license with this AI generated. We're going to bring his body out this way, like this. And we're going to give him a tail that isn't there. I'll bring that tail down a little more. That's good. Now, he's going to be primarily a white cat, so I'm going to put a dark color around it. So let's do that next. I get my gouache back out. And what do I want to use? I don't think I swiped all of these colors. I might have. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think there's... it says there's 36 colors. There must be another tray. So I don't have 36 colors on there. There's another tray of them underneath. I'm not going to pull it out. I'm just going to use these. Let's see. I have a white. I've got a rose. I've got a cerulean blue. Maybe what's this? There's a Prussian blue. Maybe I will get out the other tray. I got brushes in here that... 18 and 18 is 36. I've got 18 colors on each tray. And you guys aren't seeing them. Yeah. I wanted a dark color. This is Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray has a little bit of blue in it. I think I'm going to use a Payne's Gray. I want it to be dark. I don't use these a whole lot. Let me kind of put that in. Let's do it this way. I'm going to take this tray out. And I got paintbrushes in there that are in the way. I'm going to put this tray on the bottom and this one on top. So when I go to put that back, it'll be easier to put back. And my brushes that came with it. I think they sent these brushes too. They gifted me a palette knife and a set of brushes. And this brush I pulled out for myself. I don't think this one... which one was I using? I think this was the one I was using. Was it this one? Oh, it's this one. Alright. I'm just talking to myself here. Alright, we're going to... we don't need a whole lot. I'm going to do the background first because the cat is white. And I might have to get my pliers out. Ow. Get that cat don't know if I need that, if I have enough there, but I can always put it in my book. All right, let me put this away. Be sure you get your caps on good, because this is watercolor and it can dry out. All right, let me put this away before I lose everything out of it. I had this, one of these ties around it. What I did with it. Here. Hairband. All right. Alrighty. Put my glue stick back. Here's my cat. Here's my watercolor. Here's my water. And we're just going to do the background with Payne's Gray. And I'll get a lot of water on it. And this is gouache. I'm going to move this marker box that's in my way. And I'm going to take my, now this is not the one I blew my nose on. I threw that one away. I'm going to kind of I didn't want you to think I was using the Kleenex that I blew my nose on. And I guess I do want it darker because I want that cat to show up. I could probably put some blue in there. And I gotta see where I'm going here. And you know, when you do something like this, don't worry that you're not perfect, because this is really for fun. Oh, and maybe I should take a picture of that and put it out on the, let's do that, out on my post. Let's go to this one and copy the text. So I have to type all that in again. Let's do a new post. And come down and grab the picture, which is this one. And edit that picture. And then when you look at it, let's post the picture. Let's post it. Oh, we need to edit this. Of a cat. Not with the butterfly on its nose. Looking at a fish in a fishbowl. There. DreamScreen on Shorts AI generated picture of a sculpture of a cat looking at a fish in a fishbowl. And let's post that. So when you come in, and if you don't see the whole image, click on it and you'll see everything. That might be all we get done tonight with, you know, generating the pictures and talking about it and the whole thing. Let's go back to, well, I don't want to create a video. I want out of it. Your background here. I have to go there. Use image, create video. Oh, I used the whole thing. I didn't edit that. Shoot. That pen gets in my way. I need to edit this. There. Edit. And trying to look to where I want to edit this one too, but it's not showing up. Now, I don't like what Gemini has done to copy. Let's get rid of this post. Delete. Let's go back to my... I didn't edit this picture. Let's edit this. I didn't take all the stuff out of it. I don't want all that. It's confusing. There. Save. Now I can go back to my posts and repost this. Paste. And then grab the picture. There. Next. And pull that down. Done. Post. Now it should be out there, and I keep saying that when you come and look at it on the computer screen, if you don't see the whole thing, click on it and you'll see it all. So I got 2 of them out on my post tab now. So let's go back to my library and finish my drawing. Finish my, only I put a tail on my cat. Oh, let's finish this. Where's it folded at? I want this darker. And I'm kind of going fast here because I do want to get it done. I might have to put some more gouache on this. I might try to mix some dark blue with it. Give it a little more dimension with the dark blue. So I'm just kind of swishing that color in there. I'm not trying to make it beautiful, beautiful. I'm just kind of putting the background in. Let's get some blue on that. Shouldn't have taken my blue away from the other picture. Let's put some dark blue on it. Hopefully I have some out. No, it's on the other tray. We'll use an ultramarine blue. I know I'm zoomed in so you guys can't see what I'm doing here. They gave me a set of brushes and a palette knife with this set. I'm putting the tray that I pulled the paint tab out of on the top. It was on the bottom. And I'm putting all of these back in, so that when I go to put that paint tube back in, I won't have to dig for the space. All right, let's get it off my desk. And let's put some blue on that. And because I haven't used these a whole lot, I need my pliers to open the caps. And you want to kind of hold it up here when you're first opening it, because if you don't, you can twist the whole. If you twist like this, you can twist that neck. And you just kind of want to break the seal. You don't want to twist this part. All right, let's put some blue on this. That's more than I'll need. I'm not talented enough to... I do like my watercolor in tubes. Becky sent me a set of some watercolor in tubes because I like them. I don't like the pans to where I have to wet, you know, pull water and wet. It does work, but I find that this is already wet when I pull it out of the tubes, and I like that. Although I haven't, I'm not good enough just to pull out what I need. I always pull out more than I need. Alright, but that doesn't matter because it's watercolor, and I can always, if I put it in a pan, I can always reuse it. But alright, put my pliers away. And my blue is there. It's a dark blue. Almost looks black, but it is a dark blue. Boy, let's swatch that. Oh. I never have, see if I threw away one of these papers. I never have a, see, it's kind of a darkish blue. It's ultramarine blue. It almost looks black. That was blue that I pulled out. I know it was. It's okay because it's dark. I'm mixing it on a black, which makes it even darker. But that's what I want. I want a dark background so my cat will show up. And I got its paw. Oops. I might have to use a white paint on this too. I tend to, when I am watercoloring or sketching, I tend to use a lot of color on my page. I know watercolor artists themselves generally do not use as much color as I tend to put on mine. I notice that when I go urban sketching too. I don't use them lightly. Let's put it that way. Now I do see in here, if you look at this fishbowl, you do see grays. And you see grays in here, and that makes that fish stand out. And I gave my cat a tail. That really is a dark, dark color, but putting it on a black background. All right, I'm fairly happy with it. That eye is entirely too big, but I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it. Let's put a little bit of blue in here, or color in there, just to have the lid open a little. Now, let's see if I can't get some light. I can't show you. There, maybe in there. See, that is a blue if I add a lot of water to it. And I'm going to try. No, I need my towel. It looks blue here, but when I put it on my paper, it looks gray. So, it's not really what I want. Let's make this area of the cat in shadow. And maybe his ears. And his hand and in there. Because I have his tail that's not on there, I'm just going to put a little shadow in here. And up in there, maybe a little bit in there. And on his nose area, around his eyes. All right. So, I don't have the eyes defined. I don't know if I want to get rid of this yet or not. I really want white. I don't want to use white paint. I might use white gouache. Do I have a white? I've got titanium white. I've got 2 titanium whites. And I don't want it, so I'm going to use it over in here. There's a ridge here on my palette. I don't want to mix it with the gray or the blue. And I've opened this one before because that came off real easy. some white in here. I might need more because I'm going to do that cat. And I'm going to dump my water and get clean water. Let's clean the cup out here. Make sure that's clean. Some clean water because my cat's going to be white. He's not perfect, but he's okay. He or she. Let's put the wash back in the pan, in the holder. Let's put it back. Goes up here. Okay. Make sure my brush is clean. It's pretty clean. And we're going to grab some white. And let's start with it. Let's just start painting him white. And yeah. I'll probably have to use the gray again, but I just want some white highlights on him. His paw here. His paw in there. The fish bowl has white up in on the top of it. Now the tone of the paper will kind of give it a shadow too. And white around in here. Let's make his tail white. And maybe his back. I'm getting some shadow in there, but that's okay. Now, let's see, what else do I want to do here? And that's an awful big lid in there. I'm going to leave it though. And the fish is white with some gray tones in it. We'll come back with the gray. And I'll put some more lines in there. Alrighty. He's got a long tail. I think I need his body to come down a little bit more. So I'm just going to leave this. I don't know if I'll try to save it later. Let's put some pen marks in there. Put that up above. Let's hit it with the heat gun. This might probably be the last one. It is 9. Oh, it's 8:55. No, I got another hour. I might do another sketch. I don't know if I'll get it all done, but we're not done with this one yet. Let me get the heat gun on my phone. These would actually make nice cards, wouldn't they? They would actually make nice cards. Doing something like this. All right, so for my drawing, I think I'm going to go back to this marker that these are, I can't read the writing. They're acrylic markers, but I can't read that tiny marker. Water-based, non-toxic, keep horizontal, environmentally friendly. Warning, it's got a little warning sign on it. It looks like EBETEM. Did I throw the, I think I saved it. I'm curious about the brand. I think I saved it. Down at the bottom. These were gifted to me by Jane at Microdot. I think she met me through, she found me through Debbie Epps, I believe. Here's the, no, oh, let's see. Yeah, BETEM. BETEM. And it says you can paint on wood, rock, fabric, glass, paper, ceramics, plastic, and card. And here's their. Now these are not gouache, these are acrylic markers. I use gouache for the background and for the cat, the white on the cat. I am enjoying these markers. Thank you, Jane. So I am going to add some detail here with the pen side. Yeah. So let's go back to my phone. And well, you know, that's awfully thick. I think I'll go to a different pen. The thing of it is, I need to get all my pens and the different pen types because I'm really wanting a Sharpie pen, and I don't have it here. I want a little Sharpie pen. And I don't have one right here, so let's go to this one because these others are pretty thick. And I don't want them that thick. Whoops. So I can't get that much detail in this little space for the eyes, but we'll put some eyes in there. And it's got a little nose here. And it's got white whiskers that I didn't get put in there. And it's got the ear up in here with some lines in it. It's not going to be perfect. Don't expect perfection from Meri, because she's not going to accomplish that. And let's see, the paws come out this way. And you can kind of see the little claws on it, on the paw. And then it kind of comes down. The paw comes down this way and up. And you kind of see the claws on this one too. Fish bowl. Let's do the fish in here. And he actually has a fin that comes down that way. He's got another one coming this way. One that swoops down and up. And if you look, that fish actually has an eye. I don't know if I can get its eye in there. And it actually has fins too. I don't know if I can get all that in there. It comes around like that. That's really a good picture of a fish. And I'm just going to put some little scaly marks on it. I don't need a whole lot. And it actually has down here, it has stones down at the bottom of the bowl. Now, the tail, I think I'm just going to put some fur on that cat's tail. I'll have to imagine it. No, I don't know. I think I'm pretty much done as far as what I'm wanting. I think if I do too much more to it, I'll mess it up. It doesn't look like that one at all, but I'm working pretty small. I'm working on a 4x4 area, about a 4 1/4 by 4 up around in there. And it's harder to get a lot of detail with a small area. And I have a white pen, but I don't know if it's going to write on this. Look, I got that snowflake came off of that. Huh. We'll keep that. See if it'll write. Yeah, that one's not going to write. I buy these gel pens and they work when I first use them, and then they're done. Yeah. So I'm going to sign it in there. And it's 8, 10, 25. There we go. Now, I am going to, even though I think these would make nice cards, I think I'm still going to do a book out of mine, so I'm going to glue this one back onto here. And it happens to be larger. So I think I'll snip off a part of this. Where's my fold line? Let's fold it this way. Just a little bit of the edge. Probably snip my signature off. Maybe I should snip. No, I don't want to snip it from the top. That's my scissors. Yeah, snipped it off. There we go, got it all wet. I knew I'd do something like that. And my paper towels. Get the toilet paper out, Meri, quick. Why do I do, you know why? I don't know why. I do dumb stuff all the time. I knew that I would spill that water. I just knew it. But I ignored my voice saying, Meri, you're going to spill that water. And I just kept going. I kept going. I'll put the heat gun on that. My towels, I took my towels down to the lake, and I didn't bring in new ones yet. And this is the last of the toilet paper. All right, it added some character to it. This one's, I was getting ready to cut this line. Jeez. I hate when I do stuff like that. Let's hit it with the heat gun. It is what it is. It didn't ruin it too much. Kind of got the fish in there. I'll have to detail that fish a little bit more. Trials and Tribulations of Meri Abrams. Still pretty damp. At least it wasn't a candle that tipped over. And what did I do the other time? I was working with an iron. I was ironing that fabric that I used to do that book cover. And I swear, I touched the bottom of that iron. I was trying to figure out something on the top, and I put my hand, luckily it was only this finger. And I just put my finger on the bottom of that hot iron. Stupid. It didn't blister, but it stung for a while. I ran cold water over it, that helped. still damp. All right, I think it's dry. But let's take my pen and that's the end of the toilet paper roll. Oh, I better not spill any more water tonight. Let's take my pen and put this fish back in. He kind of got... This pen is water soluble. He's okay. His fin here got lost. It is a fish bowl, so if it gets wet, somebody knocked over the fish bowl. I don't think it ruined the cat too much. The cat isn't perfect anyway. All right. It ruined my signature. I'm going to leave it alone. It's wet over here. Onward. And I was going to trim off this edge. So there's some wet in here. And it kind of got my signature there, but I don't think I can. And we'll put the date 8/10/25. All right, so this, I want to go over here. I want it to fit in there. Like that. And it won't be perfect yet. But it's almost. Almost. So I'm going to put it on there. With my glue stick. I don't know, this is rusty paper. How much that's a row of ribbon. Come off over here from this side of my desk. Where's my paper? And this is just play anyway. I don't expect myself to be perfect. And the more you play, the more fun you have. Don't put boundaries on yourselves unless you're doing something for somebody and you want it to be nice. Don't put boundaries on yourself for perfection. Alright, make sure I have this. If you spill water on it, you've spilled water on it. If you have to cut it off and reposition it, go ahead and do that. I'm going to have to trim that a little more. Let's put my glue stick away. I'm kind of happy with both of them. Let's trim that edge off a little bit more. There we go. So it really goes like this. Now, do we dare start another one? At what time is it? 9:16. I could at least draw it. Let's see what I have. We have the cat with the butterfly, the fishbowl. That one I don't like it. We have the cat and the mouse. Let's do the cat and the mouse. Oh, let me edit this a little bit more. Bring it up a little and down a little. And I think I'll take this area out. No, I guess I'll leave it in because I'm not in a... I can't do cut and paste on this. Well, I could, but no, I'm not going to. And I'm not going to change the lighting on this. I'm kind of happy with the lighting. So let's go ahead and save it. Well, we'll increase the resolution. And I'm going to go out and put it on my YouTube if anybody wants to grab it. These are in the AI area. I mean, they're created with AI, so they're in the public domain. And let's go to my posts. How satisfied are you creating posts on YouTube? I'm going to put very satisfied. Alright. They ask you a little survey sometimes. Alright, I'm going to go edit this one and grab that text. And copy it. And come into another one. And I really did need the hashtag on that other one. Hashtag paste of a cat and a mouse. A-N-D-A-M-O-U-S-E. And let's go grab a picture, which would be, where did it go? This one. Next. And bring it down and hit the done and post it. And then when you see these, I don't know how you guys see them. Whoops, I got out of me. Let's go to my posts. When you see these, if you don't see the full image, that's the cat. What happened with the cat and the mouse? What happened? Did I not post it? Did it not post? I thought I posted it. Did I not save it? Oh, Mary. I must be getting tired. Go to my channel. Go to my posts. No. Oh, yeah, he did. He's right here. Here he is. And if you look at this, if you hit the read more, and if you're not seeing the entire picture, click on it. I keep saying click on it so you see it all. And they've got some, see, the DreamScreen puts in, looks like they put in a picture of a man or a lady and something up in here. I don't know what that is. But I'm not going to draw those. I'm just going to draw the cat and the mouse. And we'll see if I can fit it on here. That cat's pretty big. So let's go to my library to do that. Library. Where's the cat and the mouse? Right here. And I'm going to make it larger. Like that. So I think I'll start with the mouse. And I'm just going to sketch him in. I've got about 40 minutes to do this. So I'm going to put my little mouse down here. He's got a little pointy nose. His ear comes down here. And he's got another ear over here. And he's got a little paw coming up. And he's got a hind leg. Like that. Are you guys seeing him? It's kind of hard to see when I'm sketching with this pen. And he's got a little body coming this way. And his little foot comes out that way. And his tail is not going to fit in. So instead of curving it that way, I'm going to curve it the other way. He could be longer tail. Alright, there's my mouse. He actually has a little eye there too. And look how round his ear is. I'll put a little eye on him. Aw, he's kind of cute. I have to say, I'm kind of happy with my little mouse. He doesn't have any whiskers, but that's okay. Alright, so now we got to do the big old tall cat. So, his foot, he's a tall cat, but I don't know if I have that much room on my paper. His foot comes down here, and I'm going to bring his paw down a little bit further. On this picture, they have that paw. The little mouse is actually kind of standing in front of the cat instead of beside it. I guess I could put that paw right in there. And bring it up. Up, up, up. The cat has a shoulder here. And the neck comes up this way. And the head comes in here. Alright. Got the other paw coming this way. And it's got a little, and then the shoulder kind of comes up this way, and then it's got its back and the hind leg, and then the tail curls around like this. Yeah, that works for me. Tail there, hind leg here, back in there. So the head, I might be scrunching that head on there. Let's see. I got the head coming up. Yeah, we're going to be scrunching that head on there. It's got another ear over here. And face coming this way. And Something like that. It's not perfect. I'd probably have to draw this 3 or 4 times. Neck comes, it's actually got a neck. You can actually see the lines of that cat's paw coming like this. And then it's got a wide area, and then it gets darker down in the tummy area. How much darker that area is makes it dimensional. And tummy area there. And then the back kind of comes, and then there's that back leg in here. In there. Alright, I'm going to use my pen now to actually kind of draw it. And I'm using the marker again from Jane. And I'm using the pen. No, that's the brush part. I don't want the brush part. I want the pen part. No, I guess I had it right. Alright. So we're going to bring the neck down this way. We're going to bring it down this way. And then a tail curving around and up and around like that. And then it's got the shoulder coming down into the paw area. And you can kind of see a little bit of the bottom of the cat right in there. I think that's part of its back foot in there. And there's the paw here. And then you can see kind of the bottom in here. And this kind of comes down, and you can kind of see a little bit of the hind leg over there, and it looks like part of a tail in there, but we're not going to put that in there. I'm just going to put that in. And the other paw comes out like that. Now its head. Its head kind of comes like that, and it has a, yeah, I'm not good with the heads. It's a nose area like that. Well, that's a little weird, but we're gonna go with it. That ear is actually bigger. Fitting the ears on the cat's head. That's okay. And then the little mouse is here. He's looking at him. Do you have any cheese, please? I'm hungry. I'm hungry for some cheese. And it's actually a white mouse. We might make him black or gray. His little body, his little hind foot coming out this way, and his tail actually curves this way, but I'm running out of paper, so I'm going to curve his tail around like this. There we go. Now, I need to get some expression on that cat. And I'm going to do that with my pen rather than my marker. That cat's face is a little weird. See, the eye would come in here. And the nose. I'm kind of messing it up. The eye is in there, and the other eye is over here. And it's really dark because it's a sculpture. All right. Okay. The cat's eye. And yeah. dark in here. And a dark over in here. On this side and in here. Dark over in here. His whole cat is dark. It's a black cat. And I dumped out my water. Well, I actually spilled it. I'm going to leave the mouse white. Let's get some more water. Be careful, Mary. We don't want to have to clean up another mess. You're out of toilet paper. I have a cloth. All right. Mary's talking to herself. She's not talking to the viewers. Stephanie says, I use a sticky today to make tiny buttons on a paper. Oh, it's stickle today to make tiny buttons on a paper. Don't spill the water. I don't know what I did with my brush. Here it is. No, that's not it. This is it. And let's go with a blue background because this is kind of a light blue in there. So I have to dig it out. Give me some time to dig it out. See, this is kind of a bluish gray. That Payne's gray. That's dry. I'm going to flip it over and use this side because this is plastic. That gray won't come off on it. And I'll probably throw this whole thing away after I'm done here because I dug it out of the trash anyway. I want a light blue. Green, green, green. I think I'll use this turquoise blue. And put that back up there. Put that back up there. Let's see what I can... Yeah, I must have used this before because it opened pretty good. And let's squeeze some blue on there. That will probably be plenty. Put your lid on tight so it doesn't dry out. Put it back in the box so I don't lose it. It goes right up in here. All right. Take my brush out. Don't spill the water. I'm going to do the blue background. Oh, that's the right color too. Now this is gouache. This isn't real. This is gouache is more of a opaque watercolor. It doesn't have the same gradation. And I have to say, this set, I like the pigmentation on this. I think it has nice pigments on these. These are put out by, flip this over, gouache paint set by Chocola. You can get these on Amazon. I did a product review, I was saying earlier, of these. And I have to say, I like what I'm doing here better than the one I did in my product review. I might try to hunt up what I did. It was a couple years ago, I think. And they sent me the watercolor, the gouache. And I think I did a pen review too, or I was going to, but, or I might have done the pen review. I can't remember if I did it or not. I would know by going back and looking, but it was a couple years ago. But I'm kind of liking these. And I'm not trying to do beautiful art here. I'm very much a illustrator type person rather than a fine artist. I'm not trying to mix colors and do gradation and do all that. And I tend to use my colors I tend to put a lot of color on my page when I'm working. I'm kind of happy with that. Let's set it aside. Yeah. I don't know if I can find another towel here. Sometimes I have extra ones that I haven't used from a while. Let me put this back and put this back. Oops. All right, let me wash out my brush. I want to tone this cat. And he's gray all over. He's a black cat. I'll go in and add some more black to him, but I'm going to put in the tonal values first. He doesn't have to be perfect. What time is it? I gotta watch my time. 9:37, I've got time. All right, I'm pretty happy with that. And let's hit it with the heat gun. And then I'll put in more black on my cat. Where's my heat gun? I unplugged it. That heat gun comes unplugged off of easy. Which is a good thing, I think. Because it has a short in it. I also unplugged you guys. That's a bad thing. Plug you back in. Hold on. Alright, you guys are plugged in. You're plugged in. Finding the end of the cord for the heat gun. Don't want to knock that water over again. So tonight I took apart that collage piece and I'm doing the cat. I showed you how I made those cats on DreamScreen. Did I put this one out there? No. Did I put the mouse out there? I think I did. Alright, we want to take the pen and define him a little more here. And I did not put that cap back on. Where is it? I hate it when I lose stuff. There's the cap. It's black, so I lose it. Don't spill the water. Here it is. All right, he's dark underneath of his. He's dark underneath of his chin here. So we're gonna put darkened area in there, and kind of comes down like so, because you can kind of see his shoulder area. Now his paw, he's dark. His paw is right in here. And you can kind of see his shoulder area in there. And of course, I can't get the same gradation that they have because I'm just using a marker. But his other paw comes down this way. Comes down this way, comes down like that, sort of like that. And then he's dark in here. And his hind leg kind of comes out like that. And his tail is in there. Now over here, he's kind of dark on this side. He's got kind of a... And I hate to mess with his head. It's the ears. And I gotta put those eyes in and the nose. And I certainly don't have that face in there right. But I don't want to mess with it too much because it's so tiny. I'll mess it up. And yeah, I'm going to leave his head alone. I'm afraid I'll mess it up completely. So I think you can kind of see my pen marks in there, but I'm going to leave them. Yeah, I think I'm just going to leave him alone. And say good enough. Good enough. Because if I try to do any more to it, and I pulled off that other end again. If I try to do any more to it, I will certainly mess it up. So let's put this marker away. Well, you know, I have about 40 minutes. I could sketch in another one. Let's go ahead and sign this one. I would like to have a complete signature. We might do a simple one on this side. Let's go ahead and sign this. I'll sign it over here. Eight, 10, 20, 25. There we go. So let's do something over here. I might have to grab another cat because I didn't like... So we've done that one, we've done that one, and we've done this one. And the only one I have left is this one I don't like. The end. You'll see that tomorrow. So let's quick go out to my notepad and let's see what I have. It's not my notepad. Let's get rid of that. And come to my notes. And go to the cat sculptures. And let's see. Sculpture of a cat drinking a bowl of milk. Sculpture of cats decorating a fountain. That was the fountain cat. 2 cats curled up napping together. Let's do that. Let's see if I might run a little over 10, but... And I didn't save my pictures from when I did this because by the time I get 20 little scripts in there, it fills up. My phone doesn't have that much storage. So after I build my videos and everything, I delete everything off because this is not, I don't have a lot of storage on this phone. So let's go to YouTube, and we want to go to my shorts. And we want to go to the little person and the pink square. And we want to paste in the... No, we don't need that yet. We want to paste in the... I got that pen in there. I got to get my S pen back in my... Come on. Well, I had it. Paste. And we're going to use no filter. I don't have time to play with the filters tonight. And it's working on it. And we wanted a sculpture. Now, see, that doesn't look very much... It's kind of a sculpture. It's more of a figurine type thing. So I fiddle around with this stuff till I find one I like. Hopefully one will show up in a fast hurry. Oh, here's one here. Now, if it was just a bit smaller, see, it's fallen off of the edge. I like that one. I don't really care for that one. Those are okay. They look sculpturesque, but let's try again. I like that one up there. Maybe you could bring it down further for me. Kind of like that one. Yeah, let's do it again. I get picky. And I don't like any of those. That one's got 3 heads on it. Let's see. See, look at that one, has a little kitty in there. Yeah, that one's okay. Let's try again. I like the one on my, but I don't think I can stop it. Here we go. There we go. I like this one. We'll use that. So I'm just going to swipe it, bring it down into my library, edit it, get rid of all the extra stuff in there that I don't want. Bring it down some more. Come on. No. Bring it. Well, I guess that's okay. And I'm going to leave it. We're going to save it. And then I'm going to come out to my sculpture of 2 cats curled up and napping together. So I'm going to come out to my YouTube. And get out of all of this. And come to my post tab. We're going to post it, even though I may not get it all done, but we'll see. I might be a little later than 10. I always am. Post. I'm going to try to end at 10, though I only got 10 minutes to do this. And let's edit this one. And let's copy. And get out of it. And paste that in. Generated picture of 2 cats. 2 cats curled up and sleeping. There we go. So let's come in here. Let's grab the picture, which is this one. Next. And I'm pretty happy with that. We'll hit done. And let's post it. So it'll be out on my community tab, and these are in the public domain because they're AI generated, so you can do whatever you want with it. I think it takes a minute for it to get out there. That's still the one. Let's close it and open it up again. My channel, I know I posted it. Playlist, posts, I want to make sure. There it is, 39 seconds ago. And there, and again, if you don't see the whole picture, click on it, and then you'll see it all. So I know it's out on my community tab. So let's go to my library and use it out of my library. And again, it's a white cat, so we're going to do it over here. And let's just see if I can get it in there. So he's got, what we're seeing here is the back end of this cat, and the little kitty is, the other cat is kind of hugging it. So we're going to start with the tail in here, right in there. And I'm going to bring it around like that maybe. And then this cat is going to be, it kind of comes around like this. So we've got this area and this area. So, and his leg comes up this way, and you kind of see the tail of that other one in there. Now, this area is kind of confusing in here. I think this is the paw to this cat, and this paw goes to this cat. I'm not going to put that paw in. I think that's kind of confusing in there. But I think that's his paw, and the cat is resting on his paw and has her paw in here. I think that's how that's going. So let's get its head in there. And I'm kind of doing this fast. So this is kind of a fast sketch. Now, its head, this cat is kind of joined right in there to the head of this one. So the head of this one comes right in here. And well, it is resting on that paw. So it's resting on the paw. Like that, kind of. And then the other cat is in here, and their head comes kind of up above it. And that's its ear in here. It's got an ear here, and the neck kind of comes out this way. Now, kind of like that. And then there's a paw here, and then there's a paw here. That area is kind of confusing me. All right, but we're going to go with that. And then they both kind of have their eyes closed, so that makes it easier. Kind of a little nose in there, and the ear is in here. Coming down that way. There's a paw here. I wasn't going to put them both in, but it makes, I guess it makes sense for them to be in there. And then this tail kind of comes like that. Maybe not quite so big. No, I think I'm pretty happy with that. Looks like there might be a little paw here. This cat has a little paw here that's she's kind of sitting on. I think I'm pretty happy with that. Let's put his eye in. He's got his eye kind of closed too. And his nose. Let's put this other eye in. The nose is here. Can't see it very well. Where's your nose? Right in there. Oh, that'll be okay. And this ear comes out like that. And his head. His ear, this is kind of weird. I don't think I have this one very good, but all right, let's hurry and put in a background. What do we want? What do we want? The blue again? I don't know if I want to go blue. Let's go red. Let's give it a red background. Well, let's see if I have red here on top. What do I have? I have scarlet red and vermilion. Let's do the vermilion. Reds always look pink to me. I don't know. Have I used this one? I don't think yeah, I have. All right, we're going to give it a red background just because I want a different, brighter color than blues. And I'm working on the back of this black. I don't know if you guys are seeing it. Put that back. If I don't take time to put things back, then I don't get it done. All right. So here's my water that I don't want to spill. And here's my brush. And we're going to hurry and put the red in. What time is it? I got 3 minutes. Well, I might go a little late on this, but we'll try to get done. I really wanted to do all 4. We'll do this one quick. Sometimes when I do things quick, they actually turn out. Now, they are actually sitting on a, but I'm not going to put that in there. I'm going to have it, well, maybe I will put something in there because it looks like they're floating on a, looks like they're floating. We can't have them floating. Something like that. I'll make that gray. We don't want them floating in the air. They teach you not to float things in the air in art school. And try to get all the composition. Try to get as much as you can on the page. Don't have a leg falling off the edge of the page. That was one of the lessons that they taught me in art school at the university. Composition class. How come there's a leg missing? Now it would probably be a fun thing to do. Let it fall off the edge. We don't care. It's more fun that way. And we're going to kind of bring it just down in here, like that. And I do think I'll take this and smear it on my book page, but not right now, because I want to move on here. And let's hit that with the heat gun fast. Find my heat gun. I'm always losing it. Where did it go? And I unplugged it. I put it down there and it's dark down there. And then when I want to find it again, I always unplug it. Gotta plug it back in. I don't have good lighting in this room. All right, now because I've already got water in here that's red, I'm going to take my spritzer. Let's move the cats out of the way. I'm going to spritz some water on my desk, even though I don't have a, well, I do have a Kleenex. And I'm going to take some of that cleaner water and kind of put some shading in here. Even though it's kind of red anyway. I don't want a red brush. It doesn't look red on here. Looks red when I do that. That's okay, we'll let it be red. I want some shading. Some shading up in here. And a little bit of shading in there. And shading on the side of that cat. And a little bit of shading in there. No, I wanted this to be gray, but let's go pick. Carefully turn this over. Don't put my hands in the wet. And let's pull some of this in here for this. Can't hold it and paint at the same time. I guess that'll do. Put that back up there. Wash out my brush. Turn that dark real fast. And hit it with the heat gun again. And then I'll put in some pen work and call it done. Because I don't want to be on here all night. I don't know, is Juju coming on tonight? Juju sometimes, well, says she streams all the time. She had a sale. I'll probably be cutting down a lot of my sale going. I'll still be going probably to Jacqueline's sales. Every now and then I'll go to a sale, but until I get this room straightened out, I just can't buy any more stuff. I've got so much that I'm boxing up and putting away. I've got to use it up. right, let's do some pen work. Let's get this water out of the way. Let's do some pen work. And I put the marker away. I'm going to use my, oh, I must have put the Tombow marker away. I'm going to use, I still have this marker out. I must have put the Tombow marker in there. That's okay. Let's use the pen side. And let's do some pen work here. Just to kind of bring them out a little. It's more of a line drawing than anything. Than a watercolor. It's more of just a quick illustration. This cat's body like that. And then it's got a, they're resting on a platform, although this platform should probably come way out there. Probably even more further out, or that cat's not going to rest very good. Well, let's get the brush side. There. And let's bring this one out further too then. I don't like either one of these. There. That's, well, you know what? It really needs to be way up there because that cat is going to be not resting very well. There, we'll leave it like that. And I think I'm going to call it done because I don't want to be on all night here. I'm going to go ahead and sign it. It's not perfect. It's not perfect at all, but you know what? It's a fast one. It's a fast sketch. So I'm going to sign it on its tail here. And that's 10, 8, 10, 20, 25. And there we go. I'm going to get my phone off of the, well, I'll tell you. No space for the phone anymore. I used up its phone space. Okay, well, wait. Let's get this water off of the... Make sure it's dry. So this is what I've done tonight. As far as... Looks like I got some wet in there. That's okay. We did this one first. And I created them on DreamScreen and brought them down and put them up on my post tab, so you should have them out there. This is a butterfly on a cat's nose. This is the cat in the fishbowl, the cat and the mouse. Whoops, let me bring it down. Get in frame here. Come on. Got to get it centered here so you can see it. Up a little higher, Mary. There you go. All right. So the cat and the butterfly on the nose, the cat and the fish bowl, the cat and the mouse, and the cat, two cats sleeping together, curled up and sleeping together. So that was fun to do. And actually, I think I'm going to use this one as my thumbnail. So let me come out and say good night to everybody. It is 10 after 10. Let me thank you all for coming. Let me fix my chat filter so that I can see who's in here, who I have to say good night to. I want to thank you guys for staying. Stephanie, Katie,